Good morning. I'm standing here watching the market and didn't even notice what time it was. Welcome to Risk Neutral Trading. This is my virtual trading journal. It is, let me see if I've got everything adjusted right here. Looks like it. Okay. This is as I said, this is my virtual trading journal. The idea is I don't multitask well. I want to be focused on the market and trading rather than screen snapping and typing for a journal. I believe journaling is really important, so this is a this is a workaround kind of. I capture everything that I'm watching on my primary monitors here. This is this is Bookmap, and this is IRT. And then my voiceover or this narration provides insight as to what I was thinking at the moment. So that seems to be working pretty well. A couple of caveats here. First of all, I'm not licensed to provide trade or financial advice, and I don't intend to. If there's a disclaimer in the description here. If you pick up something that sounds good to you and you think you want to trade it, remember to do that at your own risk, and that you can lose more money than you started with. Again, I'm not offering trade or financial advice. However, and this is kind of a big issue, I guess, I do trade live, a live funded AMP futures account funded by my money. And I have a commitment to take no trades off the stream. Never going to be one of those I'm down two, stops, and then miraculously the next morning I made it all back yesterday afternoon. I used to get so sick of hearing Matt do that. Anyway, so I don't do that. And that's the reason the stream is so long. It's every morning from now at about 8 Central Standard Time until 1500, because that way if a trade presents itself at any point in the cash market, I'm there. I can take it without any worries about my commitment. Yeah, I'm not funded or monetized by YouTube, so likes and subs is really greatly appreciated, and definitely contribute or drop something into the chat, what you're thinking, where you are, what's going on. All the times that I refer to here are Central Standard Time, so or that you see on my charts. So that's pretty important. All right, let's look at the numbers now. Let's get on with the typical. None of this is scripted, but I try to follow a similar format every day just to kind of, so I can remember. Well, as I said, this is Bookmap. This is my active trading platform or execution platform, and this is IRT. Now, because I'm trading the micros, that's what you see charted here on IRT. I also carry the same format and tabs for the minis. Okay, back to the business at hand here. Now, the reports and numbers. Okay. I use two basic news sources. What the hell is going on with this one? I don't know. There we go. And I keep them free. That's why all these freaking ads are jumping around here. But my theory is that anybody that comes through the stream or follows the stream, if they need to have some news thing, which I recommend you do your own, make your own decisions. It's free, so they're not stifled by some expensive platform. I can't do anything about Bookmap or IRT. They're both paid services or platforms, so there's nothing I can do. But at least the news I can keep free. Wouldn't do me much good to have a Bloomberg terminal up here, and then you discover that it's going to cost you $10,000 a month to have one. I think that's how some YouTube people just rub developing traders' nose in it. I don't want to do that. So this is investing.com. I like it for the format for when I want to capture or screen snap and post into Discord or wherever. This can be filtered. Both of these services can be filtered to wherever you are. If you're in Kuala Lumpur and you want to only follow the Nikkei, no problem. You can do that. Also, investing.com only focuses on and tracks, reports typical economic events. I have this filtered for just Europe, China, US, Japan. You can go crazy as you want. For example, today we've only got 2 FOMC speakers or 2 talking feds on our calendar today. China's got PMI and CPI was Europe. Notice how the event title changes to a URL here. So you can, if you don't know what FOMC member Williams speaking about is, or you want to hear him, you can click that button and go there. Or if you want to know what Composite PMI in China is about, you can find out who puts that report out and what their most recent releases were, etc. It's also important to understand here that we are still in earnings season. Now it's pretty much retail at this point. Mag 7's done, and I'm not paying much attention to it, to be completely honest with you. I mean, NVIDIA was a big deal, and that was last Wednesday, so. The other news source that I use is Financial Juice, and I'll tell you exactly why. And here's a perfect example of it. Notice all these things that you didn't see on the other side on investing.com. Well, these are not remotely typical economic numbers or releases, but it's very clear in the recent year that any of these interactions can have a huge impact on our auction. So it's not any kind of a political statement. It is just the truth. So I am really pleased and thankful that Financial Juice pulls these kind of events into their calendar so that I know they're coming. You know, I know that Trump's going to be saying something at 10:15. You can bet I'm not going to be involved in the market. I'm going to manage my risk. As traders, our first and foremost priority is to protect our account. The only way that you can do that is risk management. The only way you can manage your risk is to know that risk is coming, that there is some risk that may impact your trading, the market, your account. So I'm really happy about that. I really appreciate it. That's not sarcasm. That's the truth. And this side over here, we have more of a squawk box. It's kind of, they keep it running through the day. So those are the news sources. Let me do something. I hate it when this thing just keeps twirling around up there like that. There we go. Those are the news sources. And let's get on now to the pre-market, which should be pretty obvious. Well, there's where we closed, and here's where we are. So what would you say that overnight was like? I'd say they got retail short. They ran it up on them and got their stops, got their orders filled, and then they took it in the direction they wanted to, which is down. The market goes up to go down, down to go up to go down to go up, and up to go down. Okay? Yeah. Now, I don't know if, well, here's a good view of the last trading days. This was Monday, yesterday, Friday. I'm sorry. This was Friday. This is yesterday. Now, this is, as I said, these are my micro global investor.com tab. These are mini or micros, ES, micro NQ, mini ES market profile. I don't switch it back and forth. And this is my high time frame mini or micro. Let me point out one thing about IRT. If you notice that the header of all of these charts, bad one. We'll get out of there too long. Notice the header of all these charts. There's the chart name, which doesn't matter to anybody but me. The instrument, the the chart type, the periodicity, and the session. So this is a 12-tick wrinkle on the full session for the MESH 6. There you go. Can't miss. Now the micro composite chart down here is my higher time frame. And the way this works is it's only RTH session, and these are daily candlesticks. So wherever price overlaps, I pull the volume profile around them, and in so doing, it generates a micro composite VPOC, and it generates these high and low volume nodes here, which are just the low, the high, the low volume nodes of this micro composite volume profile. Now, these high and low nodes push automatically to Bookmap. The other values I enter myself, and the session prices automatically push to Bookmap. So let's go look at Bookmap. Well, there you go. There's the open. I put this blue vertical line on every opening print, and it's just real technical and real complicated. It's a vertical line in Bookmap, and boom, there's the first print. I want to be able to glance left. Oops, I want to be able to glance left. And if I see that, come on now, play nice. If I see that line, I know that I've got the entire session in view. This is the overnight. There's the open, and here we are. What does the context look like to you if you had to guess? Well, it's a big sell-off. Now, we will likely open in a gap down again today. Yesterday we did. We closed the gap, and then here we are again. And the way I do gaps is, first and foremost, for me, a gap is the previous RTH high or low, in this case low, compared to the current, which will soon open, RTH open. So I've already flagged in the gap low over here. A gap high, I mean, over here at the previous RTH low. So there you go. Now, this is Bookmap. I guess I should have pointed that out. And these are the DOME columns, price ladder, order book, whatever you want to call it. This is resting liquidity. These are market or limit orders here. These are not market orders. These are limit orders to sell and to buy. That's the liquidity of the market. This is the micro composite column where I've manually entered these values. And these are the high and low volume nodes which push automatically from IRT to Bookmap. Now this is my full session volume profile. Is this all working right? I guess it is. I better make sure that the stream is trickling along here, and it seems to be doing just fine. Okay. Morning, Poppy. Quite and Antoff, good morning. Sorry, I'm busy talking and not looking up. And so here's the full session volume profile. This started plotting last night at 1700 and will continue through 1600 today. This is not the ETH. This is the Globex of the full session. These are the RTH session volume profile and delta. Delta is simply the bid subtracted from the ask. And this is the combination. So there you go. Here we have the statistics associated with a statistical open from yesterday. And this is a real important column to me, I think. And we'll deal with that in a second. And here are the session prices, which push automatically from Bookmap to IRT. From IRT to Bookmap. Jesus, I better wake up here. If these session prices would be of interest or value to you, I publish them. First of all, I start pushing them at 1700 on Sunday. What's this? 1500 on Sunday. evening, continuously through 1600 Friday afternoon. And I share them with anybody that would like them. So if you would like to have those or they'd be useful to you. It's a Google, comes from, the one I share comes from Google. It's a CSV link, and you just drop that into the to the cloud notes or the price levels or your software of choice, and you will have these. There you go. I also have for the minis, so if that's of use. And let me talk about this, my version of trading and how I approach it, and etc. I think I approach trading as a business of statistics and probabilities. I only trade price levels and volume, and I don't have indicators all over my charts. I have just a simple POC for the RTH, a POC for the full session. POC is nothing more complicated than the price at which the most contracts have traded so far in the session. 4,951 contracts have traded so far in the overnight at 67.75. The very nanosecond that one of these other prices trades 49.52, this POC is going to move there. That's all there is to it. Of course, yes, it does plot a yellow line continuous so that you can see, well, what did the POC do? Which is, remember, the most agreed upon price to trade this market. Well, it's been migrating lower all night. That's information that's important. There is a Globex VWAP and a RTH VWAP, volume weighted average price, and there's a mid. A couple other lines that are important in my trading and sometimes confuse folks are the initial balance high and low, which is under the previous RTH low. I think it's only confusing because of the naming, which comes from the market profile days. What this level really is, and this one, this is the high and the low of the first 1 hour of the RTH trading session, period. Nothing more. And the rest of these are just the name. They're pretty simple. There's previous RTH low, overnight mid, etc. Okay. So let's look at the statistics. First thing we're going to do is determine the open type, statistical open type, and how it's real easy. There's only two criteria. If we opened right here, right now, how would that compare to the previous RTH close? Well, there it is. So we are much lower than the close. How would that opening price compare to the previous RTH high or low? In other words, range. Well, there's the range. So once again, we're going to open lower in range. Now, just so you know, I always change the title here. And I do that so that when I look at a screen snap or the stream, I can instantly know the relationship from the overnight by just seeing the title. Now we're going to delete yesterday's statistics, and then we're going to go look them up for today. Hold on, I hear some noise outside here. Okay, so I'm going to do something in the meantime here that I do every morning at 8:20, and I'll get right back to the statistics. And that is the TLab snap. And you will ask yourself, what in the hell is the TLab snap? Well, every morning at 8:20, I post this into the Traders Lab. And I'm going to do that now, and you'll see why I do this stream, because I can't multitask with the damn. So the TLab is a bookmap Discord chat room called the Traders Lab, and it is started and run by, or led by, I guess you could say, a fellow named Tom B., who is a hold on a minute here. I see somebody wants something else. Okay. Tom B., who is a God, I am a donut. It's really incredible. I'm sorry. Who is a professional trader with about 46 years experience. And he's got a lot of important and I think valid things to say, comments and philosophies about the market. I have to be completely transparent. I have no clue whether Tom is really a successful trader, has been trading for 46 years, or anything else. I mean, I have no proof of that. He's never certainly showed his account statements or, you know, something that says he was a trader back in the day. You know what I mean? I don't know that, so I can't say categorically that I have proof about that. But I believe him. I mean, you know, after you've been around somebody a while, you kind of believe what they're saying, and you take them at their word. And that's what I do with Tom. I'm not as an active participant in the Traders Lab anymore, other than these. I post the reports about 6 in the morning, and then that TLab snap at about 8:20. And I follow it, you know, I read the thing after the market and stuff like that, because I am doing actually something Tom suggested, which is focusing on my trading, narrating the market, and concentrating on what I'm doing, not yucking it up in some Discord room, you know? Now, I have a Discord for risk neutral trading. If that would be beneficial for you guys, I'd be happy to, you know, you can get in there and do whatever you want to do. But my focus is trading, and that's the whole purpose of the stream. As I said earlier, it is to verify and maintain the credibility of my trading. It's my journal. Who would I be trying to kid? Me? You know, it's stupid. So let's get back to the statistics. Here we are. This is also in IRT. We opened here yesterday. So IRT conveniently highlights the correct open type in blue. Also, you'll notice that these various price levels are blue and some are black. Whenever in the upcoming RTH session, as these levels are revisited, they will be highlighted correctly in blue. And there you go. So the system is real easy to do. You look back at this, the computer looks back at the most recent 1,687 trading days. Of these days, we opened lower out of range or gap down 400 or 248 of them. We revisited the overnight volume point of control 74.6 times. Overnight volume point of control 74.6. Bam. And that is exactly as tough as it gets right there. Now I'm just going to mosey down the list here. The overnight low is 71. Oh, come on. Overnight low. There you are. Mid is 68.1. Previous high or low, previous low is 66.5. What does that say then? If we are consider, first of all, let me talk about the gap. For me, a gap is the previous RTH range high or low compared to where we open in the current one. So if we open right here, right now, we're gap low. What does this say? This says based on all the days that we opened gap low over the past 1,687 days, we have a 66.5% probability to close the gap. Cute, huh? Probabilities. Math. Ooh, math is hard, but it's fun. I want to do the IB little low. Well, let's do the IB high because it's so visible. The IB high went somewhere here. Boy, my eyes are getting bad. The IB high is 68.5%. Okay. You see over here? IB high, 68.5. Okay, now we're going to go up here and we're going to go 68.5% probability. And then I'm going to go IB high because, remember the definition, the minute we open, this flag is going to jump down above price. So it won't be up here anymore. And I'm going to go, what the hell was that? Well, now I'm going to know. It was initial balance high. Love it when a plan comes together. The previous value area low is 42.3. And that's right there. And I'm probably not going to do a lot more of these. We're going to open in about 2 minutes. So remember that these are just probabilities. This is the probability of revisiting these specific levels based on our subset of 1,687 trading days where we opened lower out of range, period. And I'm going to shut off that TLab chart because that damn thing sucks up lots of stuff, resources. All right, so there we go. Now, something that's probably pretty important to do, you might agree, would be to be able to trade here with Bookmap. So the way you do that, you must activate the trade control panel by clicking that padlock. Then you select a way you will interact with the application to trade with your mouse. If you choose chart, the only place you can trade with your mouse is this active data column. Use caution. DOM, the only place you can trade with your mouse, there's the DOM columns, and both is, as you might expect, both of them. What I do, first and foremost, is change this damn thing to AMP. This is, because I said, sure, let's see what the statistics are like. This thing automatically activates itself every time you do anything with this program, and I don't want it going to this journal-y thing. You have to be real careful about that. Shoot your best shot. I guess it's good stuff. I don't know. I use multi-brackets. This is where I implement the risk-neutral methodology to my trading. So you must have an even number of contracts. This is the smallest package size. We're going to open in a minute, so I'll shut up here in a second if I haven't got this done. So there's 2 lots. This is the stop size in ticks for the total package, and now is not the time to be figuring this out. Your first criteria should be your account risk parameters. What's the volatility of the market? What's the volatility of the instrument you're trading? Who knows? But once these values are established, the first risk neutral T1 trade is automatic. Its target is automatic. It's half the package for the same number of ticks as the stop is negative. And then you have the runners, and you can do whatever you want with a runner, and I'm going to shut up now. Okay, don't need these anymore, the trade control panel. I've got all the parameters up here. I can click this again. I get cancel, close. I've got all the parameters. We can trade live. Be real careful of this active data column. If you accidentally click in this column for any reason after it's been selected, you're in a trade whether you wanted to or not. And there we have 8:30 market open. And no reset yet. I'm going to let this run till these reset automatically without clicking them so I can see how many seconds to set those to adjust. I say that every day and then I get antsy and can't do it. This is so irritating. That's ridiculous. That's a minute. I wonder if the damn thing's ever going to reset. Let's just let it run and see. That is just completely ridiculous. This worked great for years, and now bullshit and bus tickets. So disappointing. The problem here, of course, is it's not recalculating the VWAP. It's not recalculating POC. It's not doing any of that stuff that it's supposed to do. And this is 2 minutes. This is just ridiculous. I don't know. I don't know if I have the patience to wait. God darn it. Let's see. Do I have you guys on everything? Probably. There's, we're not choking over here on the data ingest. Why it won't recalculate, I have no idea. But I'm not going to wait past 2 minutes. That's freaking ridiculous. Reset now, you useless son of a bitch. I don't know. That's just crap. I'll give that a minute and then I'll set it back again. Now we do have the initial balance high, the initial balance low from IRT, so we're pretty close. The next thing I need to do now is change my charting here in IRT from full session to RTH session, and that's real hard to do that. Okay, so here we go. We're in a gap down, by the way, remember, boys and girls. And gap rules are in effect. If you don't believe me, there's where we closed and there's where we opened. And, IRT is struggling. But anyway, let's get on with the point because, you know me, I'll forget what I'm doing and wander off. Okay, and here we are down here in the boondocks. There's our open. Gap low. Gap rules are in effect. Why do I do this? You probably are asking yourself. And I'll tell you. Remember I mentioned that I supply or share the session prices with a lot of people, the TLab and wherever else. Static and stuff. And for them to have the correct relationship with those levels, specifically the developing value area high and low and the high and low, I need to make sure that this is done every day, and I'll tell you exactly why. This gap is just okay. So up until the moment we opened this RTH period, the value area low and value area high reflected yesterday's RTH session. And the developing value area high and low reflected the overnight session. The minute we opened, the value area high and low reflected the just completed ETH, which is not what I intend, nor do the people that use these levels expect. So I changed my IRT charting to RTH only. Then magically the value area low is yesterday's value RTH is in high. So that's why I do that. Football. Okay. If I didn't own this damn book map, I'd tell them to stick it up their ass if they can't figure out this reset. And I've gone round and round with book map support. They finally came back to, well, can you remember a version where it used to work? Why don't you roll back to that? I didn't think that was a very good idea. I didn't think that was a very good answer on their part. But, you know, it's only temporary. After the market has traded just a little bit, these volumes will slide right into spots, and these levels look, you know, are pretty close right now in comparison to IRT. So I'm busy talking about the wrong screen, sorry. There we go. Yeah, I can only say that this is a really volatile market. We are essentially in war in the States, and remember that your primary objective as a trader is to preserve and grow, obviously, your account. Risk management is key. It is what we really are is risk managers. We're not traders, we're risk managers. There's a couple of philosophies out there that you don't even need to worry about your entry. You just throw one on and manage the risk. I don't do that, but there are people that say they do. So remember now, this is 5 handles. Don't be lulled into the fact that there's very little swing going on here. These are 5 handles. I just noticed that myself in case you didn't figure it out. Now I'm going to put this top secret proprietary indicator here, so don't watch. It's called a vertical line, and that I refer to through the day as Blue Boy. My idea here, the thinking is, as years past, I would flag here migrating volume points of control. Like, for example, I would do this. Okay, and that would say that's where the VPOC was at one point. Well, I wasn't clever enough when I started this to number them so they would be sequential. I would see where it had been, but that's not exactly a whole lot of help, right? So I landed on the idea of Blue Boy, and that's simply all it does is gives me a visual reference. If I glance to the left and I see Blue Boy, I know that I have the entire session in view, and that's all I care about. And what's going on here? Blue Boy's off, and that drives me crazy. And it's a short trip, so, you know, cut me some slack. Let's do it again. There we go. Okay, now, what else happened? Well, there is our gap high. And our gap low is got to be lurking right around down here someplace. Let's look over here. Gap, the opening price is 67.72.75, right underneath of that. Boy, right there. So let's just go over here and do this. And we're going to go, this is how I flag the gaps. You do whatever you feel like doing. I explain this so you know what I'm doing. Gap low. What day is this? This is, oh boy, look at us. 030326. Isn't that cute? There we go. So there's our gap low. There's our gap high. We're in gap rules. Going to close the gap here pretty quick. Probably. Maybe. Who knows? They're pushing the IB high up. Remember that it's not a statistic until 9:30, so this will continue to move up with price. The low will move down with price for the first 1 hour. And yeah. And I've probably forgotten something. Let's see what it might be. Well, we've got lags coming out our flipping butt over here in IRT. Where are we here? We're at 840. I think I'm going to restart the damn thing. I've had pretty good luck doing that lately. It doesn't seem to freak out the people using the levels too bad. They push every 30 seconds, so I seem to be able to get that done in short order. And it's, you know, I restart it all the time, do the data manager's tools and all that crap. So, what's going on? Okay. 7.6 build 3. Yeah. Thanks. And Tom, I didn't have any problems either. Then just all of a sudden I started. It's not the VPOC reset. Well, it sort of is. Yeah. It's the volume profile column that doesn't reset right. But I didn't either. And I'm running 7.613, I think. Hold on. Well, let me restart. Hold on a minute. Don't get me thinking, dude. You know, chewing gum and walking is a big deal. Getting old isn't a pretty picture, but it beats the hell out of the alternative. I'll tell you that right now. Near as I know. Okay, what am I doing? Boom, boom. Yep, same as you. 13.6. That, which is the most current beta, most current production. I know Rod and some guys are running beta, but then somebody said, yeah, I'm running beta. It's really cool, but the break-even line stopped working and whatever else. And I'm thinking, I don't want to have more trouble rather than less. And IRT's having a hard time getting its crap together to activate the license here. Let's see if that changes. There we go. Well, if you took that swing high and got on a mean reversion, I'm thinking that that's a good way to start these days. It's not the, I've tested many versions, back tested many versions of this opening range breakout trade. I can't find any one of them that works even remotely well. In actual back testing, as bullshit and bus tickets on the internet, there's all kinds of good looking gals that'll tell you it never misses, but as they say, wish in one hand and poop in the other and see which one fills up first. Okay. Yeah, they're falling out of bed hard, and they're going to continue selling it off too. They got them short yesterday, took it up in the squeeze, and got their positions on, I believe, and now they're going to take it down. Why wouldn't they? What wonderful thing is happening that we should all be excited about. So we got close to the gap, but they didn't fill it. And now we're going. So this is a gap and go, I guess you could say. Did I change this? Don't know, but let's do. Yeah. Okay, there we go. All right, I think we're all right. Now we're out. See, by restarting that, I got no lags. Well, no sooner than I said that, we did. A minute ago, these were all nulls. Never mind. Okay. They're taking the IB lower. They're extending the range down. So let's see what's going on with any of this noise over here. Well, let's Let's see what this has got to say for itself. Nothing. I don't even have an opening range trade on here yet. I've been experimenting in the homework, all kinds of different ideas to try to see if I can land on something that works relatively consistently. My philosophy here is to, if you pick up the nickels and dimes, the dollars take care of themselves. So I would like to have some sort of a regularly, more or less, light risk approach or reduced risk approach for a daily positive trades. Not, R value, R multiple of 50 and all crap that you hear about us on the internet. Wow. ATR at this moment is 10.5. Holy smokes. Let's have a look over here at this bullshit. Whoa. Average volume for this time of day. We're 213% high. And we're running 10.5%. That's a lot. I'm going to plop this in static just to show those guys who's boss. And I don't think probably some of them care, but, I try to help if I can. I guess I could have thrown that in IRT, or what do you call it, TLab too, I guess. Okay. Well, yeah, I've got you set the reset, Anton. This is the I bought this stupid thing. So I'm on a Global Plus, but it's a lifetime, whatever you call it, where you buy the thing. And yeah, there's a reset. Absolutely. I can show you. Yeah, not what's going on now. Let me make sure I've got everything figured out here so I'm not screwing somebody up as far as levels go and things. I forget to do that sometimes. Hold on. Okay. Yeah, the way you do the reset is you go over here and you go reset, configuration, and you set it up. So there it is exactly, right? Doesn't work. Now, what they came back to me and said was there's some discrepancy with your computer clock and with the market. Well, I have Rhythmic running in admin mode and it resets my computer clock. It syncs my computer clock to the Rhythmic time server every 2 minutes. So I'm not buying that. Except Bookmap's not updating to the correct one. So, I don't know what to do. It worked, and like I said, it worked great for a long time, and then all of a sudden rolled over, fell over, and it hasn't worked right since. But it's pretty much evened out now. I don't really have a way. I guess I could check the total volume at, say, POC and see if against IRT and see if it was the same. I'd have to figure out a way to confirm that it's getting the right stuff. Visually it's a pain in the ass. If it comes right somehow where it makes up, historical data through the day somewhere, like IB high and IB low are pretty damn close to IRT. And I typically use IRT as like the gold standard, rather than look at Bookmap and say, well, I think that's where it is. Right down here to the overnight low again. I don't know. Just thinking out loud here. So we're getting VPOC migrating down. We've got the comb developing on the volume profile. And we're in at 20 minutes. So I don't know about that. That's a thought. I don't think they'll let anybody do anything for free, but yeah, they're both, my systems are all running on Rhythmic, right? Of course. So that's, I don't know how the hell I would be able to confirm. The only way I've ever been able to sort of think about confirming the time, Bookmap's time, is looking down here, right at the timeline, and seeing if it more or less coincides with what I think. Like this is 54:19, and my computer clock says 54:29. I don't know. I got no idea. So here we are having a lovely day. Remember, market takes the stairs up and jumps out the window down pretty much. So, and what do you want? We launch off and declare war, kill a bunch of Americans already, lost a whole bunch of planes. Jesus, who'd have thought? It's the desire to misdirect or to redirect the news cycle and people's focus is pretty incredible, I think. And I believe that's really what it's all about. Bon dia to the Ben Antonio. What a clustered, my dude. I hope you're short. You know, this is one of those just go short and go back to bed kind of deals, I think. I didn't trade at all yesterday. The margins were way up. Yesterday overnight, Sunday night, Sunday, yesterday was Monday, right? So Sunday night, my AMP raised the margins to 100% of maintenance. So to trade the E-minis was $26,000 per contract, and the NASDAQ was 40 grand, which meant that the micros would be 26 and change. Then after the open of the RTH, they brought the margins back to double daily. In other words, instead of 40 for the micros, it was $80, and instead of 500 for the NASDAQ, it was 1,000. So I just stand by and watch. Yeah, me too. I'm not either one. I'm not anything either. Busy. I've got to figure out, I've been doing a lot of coding work about steps at a time. I'm really working on narrowing down on our old favorite, the VPOC, migrating VPOC. And, when you look back, obviously, rearview mirror is always so clear, and I wish I could just get a bunch of subscribers and then I could just trade rearview mirror all the time and not worry about this real business. But, some way or another of identifying mean reversion early on in the opening swings, that would be, of course, the rearview mirror is so clear. Tell me right here that this is not the opening swing high. Go away, right? Or here, or the opening swing low is here. Tell me that's not the case. Of course, nobody knows. It's so easy, well, I knew it was this way and it was a structured trade and I took this and all this kind of crap. Or, conversation, but nobody knows those things. And it's just like, I love the ones that talk about the fractal indicators or the zigzags on like IRT, those numbers appear long after the bar has been printed. It's so funny. I'm talking about these numbers here, these fractals, right? So there's a fractal low, there's a fractal high. So there's a fractal high. Oh, wait, there's no low down here. Well, there won't be until it's changed. Same thing with over here. It's so, it's so easy to get misled I think. I don't have anything running on the opening range trades. I see something that should be a signal and I don't have it here. That's pretty weird. And then there's the regular opening range trade, which I don't have going on over here either. I'm just going to wait and put on the initial balance trade system at about 9. Well, in other words, in 30 seconds. Unfortunately, I'm still stuck in that loop of I hear all these things or, people suggest ideas or whatever else. And I just, okay, what are the specific rules? I code them up. I run a back test. And so far, the vast majority are just bullshit and bus tickets. There's no more a statistical probability of profitability on most of those things than I can figure out. And I code them up accurately. So if they're telling the truth, if they're leaving something out, well, then how am I going to know that? But and I've even gotten so far down the ladder here of coding the what's that guy's name? ICT or something like that, or whatever. Yeah, I think it's ICT. What he calls a fair value gap, which is actually a Wyckoff thing from back in the 20s when Wyckoff was going, and it's called a liquidity vacuum or imbalance, but it's the same exact thing. As I've even coded that up, so it's throwing out. It'll throw value or flags, and then followed by, and I heard one guy that said, well, you do the fair value gap here, and then it has to be followed by an engulfing candle over here and something else. I've got all of that stuff working. I'll keep plugging along. I figure it helps me learn how to code those kinds of things so it can't hurt. And is there a way to tell? I see Lefty is screaming about what's wrong with Rhythmic. There's a 234 second data delay or lag. Is there a way to tell if Bookmap has a a lag, except for this thing at the bottom down here, this choke point, and also the only way I know to look is down here, or if it throws a red line up there. I don't think there's any way to just have a monitor, is it? I don't know. He says he got stopped out for a profit. Well, how can you bitch, huh? I got stopped out for profit. Not sure I understand that, but anyway. How can you argue with that? Okay. So the first 30 minutes is in the pipe, or in the bag, or whatever you want to call it. That is the IB30. Not sure if I have a thing about that or not. So let's see what happens. We just continue to trade lower. If you're, if you're selling any of the rips, you're doing a great job. I wish I could figure that out, and I understand that all you got to do is just do it. But like I said a minute ago, tell me that that's the high of the rip. Or how about it right there? Is that the high? Is that the high of the rip? How do you know? And maybe you don't need to know. Maybe you just need to be a big boy and throw them out there. That sort of feels a lot like gambling to me, though, so I don't think that's a good idea. I'm trying to make this statistically and probability driven. So what's happening here? Exactly nothing on this side of the fence. This is a just an opening swing, opening range high and low, and it's a 15-minute. This dot down here signifies that, or the signal marker signifies that the opening range is within 25%, is greater than 25% of the of the average true range for the last 15 days, so that this would qualify as a manipulation candle, or a emotional thing where they get everybody short one way and then they bring it back the other. Is the theory behind it. I don't see that it works. It doesn't seem to have any. This guy claims he's been trading that for 15 years, and he won the Norwegian trading something or another, whatever else, I've been looking around. Needless to say, I've been listening to some YouTube crap over the weekend. But I figure if I try to find these things, it's amazing to me that all these people who post stuff, if I was going to make a short video about something like that, I would post something that had statistics to back it up. Here's my opening range. It's been this, it's been that. I don't understand the point of doing that other than just getting subs, and that's how you make your money. I really don't get it. I wouldn't think that everybody had that kind of a devious ulterior motive. You know what I mean? Doesn't make sense to me. Anyway, enough of that. So I'm not going to worry about the initial balance opened. Here's basically the same idea. This is a 15-minute candle. The other one was a 1-minute candle. So that's what it is, and that means that's the case. And I've got an opening range fade. I've got an opening range typical. I've got this thing coded up with the fair value gap, or whatever you call it, liquidity gap, and the encompassing, or what is it, engulfing candle and all that kind of shit, to see if any of it works. I'll report back if I find something that works, and then I'll show the data to back it up, rather than just. And one thing I had to laugh, this guy, and I've even backtested this strategy. Okay, I backtested this over a full week. Are you out of your mind? But a lot of people suck it up, I guess. I don't think backtesting something for a week is necessarily a very rigorous statistically significant look back. So let's move on to this one. I'm tired of looking at that damn thing bouncing up and down. Okay, there are those world famous fractals that everybody asks. I got long in this fractal. Now watch. The next short will come and go long before the fractal shows up, by the nature of how the fractals are calculated. It's just silly. And what's going on over here now? Why is this way over here? Huh. Something's wrong. Oh, yeah. There we are. Okay, yeah, I forgot we fell out of bed. So there we are. Opening range high, opening range low, the data, price action. Now, the opening range or the initial balance zones and triggers won't materialize over here until 9:30 because there is no statistic until 9:30. Boop. Pretty simple. They will push over here to IRT. To bookmap. And I better wake up, I guess. Okay. Forgot to keep my chapters up. Well, Antonio, if you're writing those VPOC migrations down, I mean, it looks great today, doesn't it? No, never mind. It doesn't. It's the scale that's off again. Sorry. So now we're at about $1 down there. So if you got here, you got hammered and stopped. If you took up here, you got stopped. Here you got stopped, assuming the 3-point stop. Yeah, sorry. A 12-tick range footprint. Huh. In what software, Anton? I saw that they've even got a footprint chart on Bookmap now. I didn't notice that. Well, building a fractal down here at the bottom, eh? So it's short covering yesterday and long liquidation today, and isn't it cute? You know what they're doing? It's called trading. Huh. Atlas. I didn't know what Atlas is. ATAS. Atlas. That's a software I don't think I ever heard of. I'll check it out. Thanks. Now, Lefty says that his giant lag on Bookmap was cured by changing his connection from Chicago to Frankfurt. He's in America, by the way. He's in Texas. I think he's just up in Dallas. So I don't know. Just an update. IRT has a footprint. Funny story about footprint charts. Footprint charts were originally introduced by a guy named Trevor, and his company was called Market Delta, I think. Delta. Market Delta, I'm pretty sure. And his programmers were, or the guys that programmed it, or as much as I know the story, this was about 2014 or something, were Shad Payne and Bill Lind, which, as you might notice or know, are the people who built IRT. And at one point, I heard there was a big, lawsuit. They couldn't have a footprint chart in IRT as Trevor was suing them or whatever else. I think Trevor's completely gone and Market Delta's gone by the wayside, I believe. But there's now a footprint chart, if I'm not mistaken, in IRT. So we approach the halfway mark. I better get myself together over here. Okay, this is what I gotta do now. Get out of here. That damn toolbar drives me nuts. So I'm gonna add the rating system. See, I've struggled a while. Come on. Oh yeah, thank you so much. Ah, damn, this is so frustrating. I wouldn't get disappointed if I didn't have what I think is a pretty robust system. I build my own computers, trading computers. This is an i9-12900K. Multi-thread, of course, 16 cores and a bunch of threads, I think it is, if I remember right now. It's been a couple of years. And 64 gigs of DDR5 RAM. And a GPU and a bunch of other crap. Just really irritates me when Bookmap or when IRT keeps falling over all the time. I think it boils down to the fact that it is older developed software and they didn't have to worry so much about the huge data pipe. And I do know that it doesn't multi-thread. So, yeah, it would be a real thought process for me to switch. But ATAS is ATAS. Is that the software you use? That's not NinjaTrader, is it? No, I haven't used NinjaTrader, and oh, look at us go out the bottom. Out the bottom we go. Well, okay, so this is the system that I've worked up to backtest the initial balance trades. There are two of them, of course. One is for the initial balance low. I mean, there are two associated with initial balance low and two associated with initial balance high. It's a continuation and a failure. The failure trades are basically mean reversion. And I don't need this opening range thing on here. Yeah. And the other two are continuation trades, pretty obviously. So this chart has nothing to do with the trading system. I want to make this really clear. And what I'm going to do now is I'm going to send the system to the chart so that it will plot any trades or signals. But in the case that it does take a trade, it's all contained within the IRT simulated environment. You'll notice no trading list, symbols 0. That's intentional and very definitely intentionally done because I'm not confident enough in myself and my ability to take the next step. I've got the backtesting thing down, no problem. But to take the next step to having IRT algorithmically trade live, There's a whole bunch of complex stuff that needs to happen. You know, you sends the order to the broker. It waits for the broker to confirm it received the order. It waits for the broker to return the entered price and the timestamp, and then it adjusts that on the IRT side. There's a whole bunch of stuff that it does apparently well, but I don't know how to set up properly. And I'm certainly not going to just wing it with my own money and my own live account. So what I do at this point is not very efficient. And I think probably part and parcel of why the statistics have fallen off the map. When I see a signal on IRT, I replicate that trade over here in Bookmap manually by having the setup of the trade control panel, and I have the trade package and the risk trade management set up the same way. Okay. Now I'm gonna. Okay, so there's that. We get this up here a little bit where we can see because they keep going lower. Okay. Now what I'm going to do is send this to the chart. And there it is. And I'm going to get rid of these two lines because it just draws lines all over the place. And so if and when a trade is taken by the system, it'll be plotted over here. And let's get back to watching the market fall out of bed. Whoa, look at him go. Yes, sirree, Bobby. Yeah, these boys have a bunch of great ideas back there in D.C. I'll take. What am I doing now? Something I was going to do. What was it? When that happens. Okay, let's confirm the setup here. Now, only taking trades from the first 60 minutes. Now the IB high through the, through RTH1 and RTH2. Enter trades. It will exit at 1430. There's a look back on the volume. 12 tick stop, 12 tick target, 48 tick T2. At 12 ticks at T1, it will trail the to entry for, in other words, 0. I would do that manually on Bookmap. Otherwise, everything else is the same. I can set that up with Execution Pro easily. ATR is 30. And here are those TR things. The fractal bar count. I'm trying all kinds of different filters that I can think of to filter for context, because I really find it, I'm real a stickler here on not trading counter trend or counter context. I think that's a real bad idea. And, I'm certainly not any kind of a wizard here. Yeah, I've been using IRT for, it's like my default, if it ain't broke, don't fix it kind of thing. And I'd have to stop and rethink about relearn. I don't want to go down another rabbit hole, which I'm prone to do. Ooh, this is interesting. Let's learn all about this. Blah, 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 and then 2 weeks later, I haven't taken one trade and I'm upside down, but I've got some stupid thing figured out on charting, which is meaningless. So I'm trying to do everything in my power to focus on trading business and not everything else. But thanks for your heads up there. The ideal situation, of course, would be to find something that had a reasonably good heat map and, book map kind of thing, and then have some charting that worked. And, I've owned Jigsaw for years, but the charting and their heat map just sucks. It's the best dome around, but so what? It isn't that much better. I don't use it. I don't trade with it anymore. I still have it, actually, if you look right down here. If you notice on my monitors, by the way, I stream the entire monitor so that you can always tell what programs I have and I have open, the hours, minutes, seconds on the computer clock, the date, tie it back to bookmap. Just one more, another brick in the wall as far as transparency and accountability. But what I was going to point out is there's bookmap right there, or there's Jigsaw right there. Okay. So we are going to be around that 9:30 hour here, and the IB will be set pretty quick. So I guess I better go through what that means in case you don't know, for this point of view of the recording and the stream. The initial balance, as I said in the opening bit, the statistics portion, the IB high and the IB low are nothing more than the high and the low of the first 1 hour of the RTH trading session, period. Now, let me point out that 67.20 to 67.95, 70 handles is one hell of an IB. So, anyway, those are the rules. And what is the statistic associated with them? Well, every day, the initial balance high or low, that statistic is the most likely. You'll see today it's 97.6%. That means that 2.4% of the time we're not going to get one or the other. What does this statistic say? Simple. After 9:30, at some point between 9:30 Central Standard Time and 1600 Central Standard Time, price will revisit the IB high or the IB low. That's all it says. That's the initial balance statistic. But it's the most likely or probable statistic to be achieved in every day. And this is back 1,688 days. Go back, 20,000, you're going to find the same thing. So that's why it is a good place to start. Now, next, so what the simple way that this trade and these rules work, this looks real complicated, but it just deals with the rules, the flags, some housekeeping, and then trade management. The pullback zone, the continuation zone, the IB high, the trigger zone. So the idea is price would trade up through the initial balance from the bottom, or in the case of today, down from the top to the bottom. That would be the initial balance statistic, and it would be A. I've only got 3 rules. Not very well imaginatively named. I'll give you, it's A, B, and trigger. So that would be A. And we're going to have, the statistic is hot now. So let's me shut up and get over here. The statistic is hot. It's 9:30. Guess what? We didn't take the statistic. Anybody that thought they were going to trade in anticipation of this statistic is now going, but what about me? Where did that go? And that's exactly what happens frequently. Price comes down to the statistic. Everybody, all the retail boys and girls get so excited that's going to be the stat. They all get long in anticipation, or short in anticipation, and look what happened. They get banged on the head. What is the higher time frame want to do? They want to get everybody on their back foot and run it up, and they have engineered liquidity. We have not taken the initial balance statistic. And we're trading 20 handles. 20 handles higher. Holy crap. I'm having a hard time getting my head around these price swings today. Sorry about that. You know, but that's a 20 handle pop. Now, are we going to come up here and test? Is this a place to get short? The hell if I know. Gambling boy says, you bet. Put your spurs on and, you know, lock and load. What the hell? But that's not the way I'm approaching the market, or at least I'm trying to not do so. I wish I could justify that in my own head. You know, I would love to have shorted right there where it looked like when I mentioned it might have been a good idea. And it would have been 7 handles. Definitely risk neutral scale, no problem. Are they going to fall off and come down and get the initial balance low? Likely. But so anyway, let's get back over here, I guess. Here we are. You see that the lines and levels are now in, I need to turn that on. IB zones. What is going on? Get away. God, it does that every freaking time. So there are the zones. There are the name nomenclature. You'll see here in a minute that the little lines will start showing up around there. There they go, right there. And if you look over here, they are now pushing around the IB low. There's the pullback and the continuation zones. And wouldn't that have been a nice short to set before the king right there? Jesus, this is still 2.5 points wide. I typically like this to be at 1 point so that I have a consistent concept of scale. I don't know that we can even get it that way. And this is a spot where you've got to be real careful about that active data column. I've screwed myself more than once doing that. There you are. That's 1 point high. Now you can't see back at all. Hey, Panda, what's up? Antonio's here. Yeah, I know. Did you get to say Antonio? Huh? You want to say hi to Antonio? Don't run to the kitchen. I go after her. She runs away. She's bashful. Yeah. Wouldn't that have been sweet? The problem I have with this kind of price action and the way I'm looking at the markets now, I don't know where the hell we've been, or, you know, I guess you could say that this is a bar trade. We're doing some, breakout and resistance idea over here around this fractal or this distribution. We have low volume nodes, high volume nodes. We've got this going on. We've got delta. But I've gotten used to seeing more of the market, and this is hard for me because the minute with Bookmap, the minute you scroll in and you start widening out, it starts changing the price levels. Scaling or whatever you call it. Yeah, I used Footprint once a long time ago when I was doing market profile back in 2015. Guy named Jim Pendlebury. He's the same guy that, this is a fun fact, FT71 or Murad Askar was in that same room and he tried to take it over and Jim kicked him out and it was a big dust up. It was pretty funny. That's where he learned market profile way back 14, I think. Fun fact. Yeah, I'll open one of those up here in a minute. Well, you can see that anybody that thought they were going to trade to that statistic has now got a real disappointed look on their face. And here's an even bigger problem I see. IRT is way behind. 15-second lag. Well, that's never mind. You see the problem? This price bump wasn't even in there. It's now 19 seconds. What a crock of shit. Sorry. What a bummer. I never mess around with the connection. I always use Chicago. I don't know. My rhythmic is through AMP, obviously. Hey, Panda. Don't run away so. So, yeah. Let's just get back over here and see what we're looking at. Well, the system is on. We have no signals or trades. I don't think that there's going to be even remotely enough. One of the problems I think with my data or my vetting of this system and the statistics is these delays. That's why I've been trying to restart, shut down. I close off the TLab chart every day after I post it, and anything I went through all of my recalc indicators and stuff. And the typical session prices is the biggest one. If you want to look at, if you're interested and you're running Bookmap or IRT, you can go, oops, wrong one. Sorry about that. Go to show, calc statistics report. And this will tell you any statistics you got that are taking longer than 2 milliseconds to calc time. Well, on this particular chart, there aren't any. But I'd like you to tell that lag over here and right up here about that. So that's got to be something else. And that's the problem. 10-second lag is huge when you're talking about trading, right? So anyway, back to my story about the market profile and footprint and FT71 and all of that story. That was so funny, that whole thing. It was IRT where the footprint chart is, so they very definitely have one. I'll open it up here in a minute when I get rid of trying to trade. Or, when we've passed the window. And let's see what else is going on here. Let's do that. We better get some music going on here, or Antonio's going to get mad and quit. What's happening here? Well, fear is at the bottom. That's what a surprise. Russia sees increased interest in India for Russian oil. Israel is just going to take advantage of this war, and they are going to try to wipe out everybody that I think. I don't get it at all. I've never understood that whole story. Now we have a whole bunch more potential risk on the docket here with financial juice. If you didn't hear me in the morning, that's I point out that this is a really good reason to have financial juice up. Look at this: 10:15, 10:45, 1300, 1400, 1600. Policy meetings closed to the press. Yeah, right. But you know as well as I do that there's a camera or a microphone within shooting distance. There's going to be somebody talking about something. If these were private meetings and there are not going to be any kind of announcements or press potential disruptions to our market, why would they even talk about them? In previously, and I'm been around a lot of administrations in my time, there wasn't a continual flow of that. They would have meetings and stuff. You wouldn't hear anything about them for weeks. That's not the case now. That's why this is a potential risk to our market and to our auction, and you better really be paying attention to that, in my opinion. Nothing political. I could care who you voted for and what color ball cap you wear, but and you see this crap here. This is the second time this has done this. Look at this. To do with a lag, big jump in the data. That is so annoying. Now I'm going to download the data and we'll see if it straightens it out. Yeah. So we're at about 3 and 4 handles wide on the 1 minute ATR. We've tested our volume point of control. So mean reversion, huh? This is the second one that worked. Sweet as a whistle. Now what are they going to do? Are they going to come down? Is this where you go short? This is a diddle in the middle. I'm not going there. I don't know what to say. Irritating. I'm going to get some mad. I'm going to get hungry here in a minute. I'm about ready to just shut this damn thing down. Historical download in progress. Well, then why don't you do something about it? Stupid thing. So disappointing. Spend a lot of money on software as you'd expect it to work. And Software, internet connection, you know, like I say at the end of the stream every day, the most critical tool you've got in your office is sitting on your side of the monitor, you know? I mean, we have all this money and time and effort and bullshit spent on, you know, monitors and indicators and software and UPSs and, you know, data connections and all this crap. And then our eyes take it all in, our brain processes the data, and then we make financial decisions for our family. And we are completely, if either of those things fall down or our connection, all of that's just completely useless and a waste of time. So what's the goal? To have all kinds of fancy bells and whistles, or be able to have a, you know, current, up to the moment trading data and trading platform? To be honest with you, back in the days, some days ago, a long time ago, I was probably the most impressed and enjoyed trading with Tradevate more than many I have. And I've looked at, you know, I've had Sierra Chart and IRT and Bookmap and what, you know, Jigsaw and everybody else. It was slick. It was light. It had market profile and volume profile and, you know, all the tools that you're seeing pretty much here. Now, it got purchased by NinjaTrader, so I wouldn't probably go there anymore. But at that point, it was just being developed by those guys. And, now Top Step has just introduced their brokerage. That was pretty much expected. Anyway, yeah, no, I trade both sides. I trade both sides. Typically, if I only trade the statistically verified or vetted trades. At this point, it's the initial balance trades, which you see on this chart over here, and it'll trade both sides of the market, no problem. And it'll trade long and short. As I said, there would be a failure trade, which would come down, take the IB, come back to the pullback zone, hit the trigger, and trade back. Would be the long off the bottom. Other side would be the initial balance low, continuation zone, trigger, continue down, or the IB continuation trade. And those would go on both sides of the, are applicable to both IBs. In this case, it's pretty obvious. Well, at this point, I would suspect it's probably going to have something to do with the initial balance low, but you never know. And this data gap is not filled in. It's still trying to do some bullshit. It's just crazy. I'm going to restart IRT again, I guess. Really annoying. Yeah, anyway, back to what I was saying. I got to say Tradebait was a pleasure. It was. And now, you know, Tradebait, well, obviously it was purchased by NinjaTrader for 20 or 200 million. 200, I think, million. Which ought to tell you a little something about who's making money trading. Thinkorswim, you know, when Sosnoff and those guys built Thinkorswim, they sold it to the first outfit, which ended up being Schwab. Finally, but they sold it for over $1 billion. And then they turned around and developed Tasty Trade, and they have just sold. But recent, you know, a couple years past, sold that for another $1 billion. Who are these people that are paying $1 billion for trader software? What position does that give them? And how that means they're making more money, right? Think about that a minute. Who's making money trading? If we could get our act together and start a prop firm, that's, in my opinion, hands down, a goal of mine. And you can look at the slippery boys and girls like, Atlas or whatever that's called, whatever that guy was called. Is it Atlas? No. Apex, maybe that's it. I don't remember. And Top Step, of course, and then all the other players in the space. What the hell is this? Okay, we've download queue is empty. I restarted IRT again. Get rid of the OR. We don't need the opening range trade. We don't need the fractals. Okay. It seems like it's putting along. We're on a MES 1 minute. Okay, that seems right. Seems right. Jesus. And it's Tuesday. Well, okay. My God, they're all lining up now. The stars are aligning. I guess, Anton, I should talk about that a little bit more. My initial, I don't know whether it's a gut feeling. I hope it's not because I have a negative personality or something, or negative whatever. My initial go-to thinking is short, because I realize that it is not the right way to trade, because you're limited. It can only go to zero, whereas the market can go as high as it can go for a long. I think I got kind of into that idea of shorting some when I realized that it seemed to me the market kind of takes the stairs up and then jumps out the window down. So I guess I wanted more bang for my buck. But at this point, I have no problem taking either way. You trade in either direction. And now I've restarted that, and you notice I got no lag going on up here. So that's a good thing. And as I said before, I don't take trades that I have not statistically verified to have a positive expectancy and know what the parameters are. And in that case, it's unfortunately at this point, it's still just the IB. So here we stand. Here I stand. And if you think about it for a minute, what kind of a day is this? Well, it's pretty freaking balanced, isn't it? So what would be the expected go-to trade? Well, it would be a mean reversion, or which is an IB failure is just a fancy name for a mean reversion associated with an initial balance. That would be one of these. Neither one has been signaled. There's been no trade. The trade setup has not been achieved, nor has there been any trade signaled. So I stand here. The short answer to your question is both sides, no problem. I also have a real rigid view about trading counter trend. And I understand that, okay, trend over how long, So this is a downtrend. So if you go long here, which is a mean reversion, that's counter trend. Well, yeah, absolutely. But you have to sort of pick a time frame and a fractal and then trade within there, I guess. I don't know. And I am just throwing this stuff out there that I think about. This is not my way or the highway, and I'm would really appreciate feedback. Somebody says, hey, I got a great a great setup that works. Here's this and this. Man, I'm over it like a dog on a bone, I'll tell you. Yeah, I typically go over the back testing and how I've set up all these rules and everything at about 1400 every day. The end of day rules close out any open position at 1430, and I would not instigate one typically before and after that, after 1400. So that's why I do the back testing. But just quickly, since I don't think there's going to be any signals anytime quickly looking at the back test stuff. Each one of these lines is the back test. And this is only ME. There's an ES above it. Real simple, you know. Periodicity, stop, target, T1, T2. Is there number of contracts? Is there a trail or not? What was the time trading? The VMA and the ATR, and then how many total trading days look back? Percent winners, percent average winner. Trades, average winners, average winner, losses, average loss, scratch, win rate, loss rate, expectancy, R factor, risk reward ratio planned, profit factor, number of days, consecutive, winners, losers, MFE, MAE, profit, commissions, net, and then so I don't pull that report up all the time, but there's Sharpe ratio and Sortino and everything else. And the idea is that I will then trade one of the, these different things. And these are just messing around with different ideas about scaling in and scaling out and trailing and all that kind of stuff. I also have a pretty systematic method for sizing up and down between the micros and the minis, and it's based on a risk neutral two lot for both. I'll trade micros until I have 1.3 times a mini risk neutral stop in ticks, and then I will automatically switch to the minis. So that's how that works. Try to be systematic and logical about it, So far, it's getting me not too damn far. The system was working real well until about, I don't know, mid-January. And then it just kept one stop after the other until I exceeded. And of course, you don't change any of your system until it's broken, right? If your system has identified that you could have X or N number of consecutive stops in a row, then it's not a broken system, or you shouldn't do anything to it until you've exceeded that. Well, that's what happened. I exceeded the number of expected consecutive stops in a row. And I'll be the first to admit that this is not trading automatically, that it is trading, as I mentioned, when a signal is taken here, then I quickly or hopefully replicate that trade over here. And I'm sure that there's a lack of, I don't think it's a big secret to anybody that entry location is probably one of the most important things you can possibly do. You can have such a huge effect on your trading, an asymmetrical trade location, and in terms of your entry location and how it affects overall performance. And if you get in long, if you go short right up here, not that I'm advocating diddling in the middle, but say you get short right here, well, you can put your stop a tick over that POC, and if it goes there, you're out. You were wrong. If you go long right here, not so good. Not an asymmetrical trade location, because where are you wrong? You're wrong way down here. Not good. And here we are, you know, that huge sell-off. Everybody's, you know, throwing their kids out the window and whatever, and then jumping out after them and whatever else. And here's what the day has done so far. What is that? What have we done? Just a almost perfectly traded Gaussian distribution rotation. Look at there. I mean, now the POC is a little bit off center. That's a little skewed. But the tails look pretty normal. You know, it doesn't look like the world is ending if you just look at this chart right here. And there's been exactly no signals and nobody left on third. So not even an initial balance statistic yet. And I wanted to point out something about that. Remember, I pointed out these stats up here. What the hell is this? Oh, I restarted this. Okay. How long has it go since that's been recalculated? Well, anyway, guess I'll have to do that now. What is going on now? Huh. Something's completely wackadoodle here. What are these values and where is everything else? Something's gone wrong. I'll have to fix this. Touches in 0 days and ooh. Something's wrong. I'll have to figure out what to deal with that chart. We'll just shut that off right now. I'm not liking what I'm seeing here as far as IRT goes. But anyway, my point was going to be that the statistic is like 97% or something, whatever it was, that 97.6, I think it was, percent that we would take out the IB high or low. Well, yeah, but that's not 100%. And in recent memory of the last couple months, there's been at least 2 days that I remember specifically where we did not take either the initial balance high or low. So there you go. Well, that's just magical. I wonder what's going on with that. Now my statistics chart's all upside down. Son of a gun. Here's one of Antonio's favorite Crazy Ivans. Look at this thing here. Are we still nuts on volume? Well, we've dropped down to 100% volume, but we're still damn near we're still 6 handles wide on the ATR. So if you got a 3-point stop, you better be good at it. What is going on now? Jesus Christ. Okay. Don't ask me. I have no clue why this thing is suddenly falling off a cliff here as far as common sense goes. Market profiles all upside down, apparently. And this is just rocking. Well, I'm having all kinds of fun today. I can tell you one thing for sure. When this kind of thing starts happening with data, guess who's not going to be all excited about trading? And this is still putting along without any problems. Oh, man. Well, we may get an initial balance statistic out after I just got through saying, there we go. Now we did take it. You see this? Will this be an A signal? Yeah, it should be, because the preceding bar, there we go, qualifies. So there would be the A. And then we need to get a B, which is up there or down there. And there's going to be a B signal pretty quick, I think. There you go. And then a trigger, and, you know, Bob's your uncle. But it went the other way from the trigger. So far. It actually went the other way from the B, because the B signal has a... This is where the specificity of how you code the rules is so important. For me, for my code, at this point, as backtested, the B signal is only valid if the high remains within the range. This exceeded the range, no more B. So there's no more. There's a B up here still, so that didn't work right. That flag isn't right. It's still recording the B. And I have to be careful about these signal markers. They're meaningless as far as the signal system's concerned. They're just a visual cue. And if I get the signal, for example, I may have not updated the signal marker to reflect this change, because we still have a B up here. There's an A and there's a B. Only an A to the bottom side, which is normal because we didn't come down to the continuation zone, to the pullback zone. Now, if we get the third one, that would be the that would be the trigger. And that's also got the volume. There's the trigger. And so the next trade would be right there. That would be a continuation zone. So if I took that trade, which I'm not going to get a chance to on Bookmap, I would need to enter along right. Come on. Right down here. And I'm not getting any place, unfortunately. Now, had I taken that bin quick or automated, I would be all excited because I'd be well over the T1. You see that? I wasn't fast enough to catch that one when I said back here on Bookmap. That should have been a long for me, and I should be well over T1 and happy as a pig in the mud. But I'm not. I got to do something about it, and I don't know what. Cool. I'll be looking for what you're talking about there. Now I'm now I'm bashful. How far up did it test? Are we out of it? We're into that low volume node there. So is it going to come back to the signal, or is it going to come back to the signal and then fall through it to this next low volume node? I missed my opportunity right there. That's where entry type and time can be so critical. Essentially now we're getting lower highs and lower lows, right? Instead of the other way around. You know, why in the hell is the flag not here for the IB low? This should be the full session POC right here, which it is, but where's the flag? Why isn't the flag there? What happened to the flag? Jesus. Oh, I know why. IRT's upside down. Probably. Son of a bitch. View period. 5 days. Okay. Download data. This is going to screw everything up. Look at this mess down there. Oh boy. Well, no, I missed the real entry right there. And this has now got me off because this looks to me like we're pulling back. And that's not something I'm particularly interested in. You know? That's how you are late to the party. We've come through this low volume node. There's our did we close the gap? No, not quite. Huh. But I am pretty disappointed about if I would take another long here. Fortunately, it hasn't been signaled yet. Let's see if I've got everything going. Hopefully my levels are not screwing everybody up. Is this thing working? Okay, that seems to be working. Go over here and see if this is working. Yeah. Oh no, way behind. We're clear up here now. So this thing's way off. Okay. Frustrating, really frustrating. Oh man. Do you see what's happened here? The IB's jumped way up here from down here. Oh, well. Okay, something is completely goofy. And I'm not sure what. And that's always a pisser. We were son of a bitch. I'm gonna have to go report to TLab that my data is probably goofy. Let me just do that quickly. TLab. Well, that's pretty amazing. I was all ready to have, looking at an initial balance high or low continuation up here, and we're not even close. Now, the next question is, what's right? Oh, you see, this is exactly why God made booze right here, I'll tell you. Looking for specific micro-composite structures similar to the one you see between 1027 and... thanks for those time things, Anton. I'll check that out once I figure out what the shit's going on with my stuff. I don't think I can remember ever having a situation like that where it was showing that I had taken an initial balance trade, an initial balance statistic, blah, blah, blah. And then all of a sudden, it's just from down here, it's up here. Wow. Okay. Well, I'll tell you, that's pretty weird. $94. I'll see if somebody is. Huh. It's bad enough, hard enough to trade when you know the levels aren't just magically changing. I'm pretty amazed about that. I tend to believe that that's the correct initial balance stuff, but you know, I believe in Santa Claus too, so what do you want? $8.30, okay, that's correct. Mm-hmm. Well, yeah, that would be the IB high. Man. Well, if you were doing any mean reversion, let me just say please do, because, and please let me know how. Bam. Bam. Thank you, goodbye. I'm out for a run. You know? Still 2.5 handles wide here on the price, so, you know, let that be your guide. Be very careful of this freaking column over here. I guess you know that. Something else you may not know or care about, but if you have your keyboard set up to hotkey, you can do that no matter which of these, you know, dome, chart, blah, 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 you set up for your trade control panel as long as it's active. But the focus of the computer must be on this application in order for that to work, which is, I mean, that's common for any OS. So, but just, you know, in my case, if I've been monkeying around with IRT and I look over to my left here and see a trade and want to keyboard into it, I'm going to slap keys till the cows come home and nothing's going to happen in Bookmap. So you got to click in here somewhere. Be sure you don't click over here. And that's kind of why I've tried to move to trading with Bookmap using my mouse, because this column is dangerous, but you can get, you know, market or limit or an accurate positioning. So there's that. Well, that is just about a magnanimous load of BS, which brings me back to that we could go a whole day without having an initial balance. Here was our IB miss and trade all the way back up across. So that part's sticking in there. What a gigundous. assuming that I've got data even anywhere close to around 1027, you know. Jesus Christ, I don't think I've ever seen that. Refer back to my comments about database. Yeah, so this seems like it's lined out now. It looks to me that the initial balance high and low and previous low and the stats and everything are lining up correctly with both, so that's a good thing. I don't know how in the hell it got so far off with trying to download and still have a huge lag, so that's just not doing me any good at all as far as the trading goes on IRT, which is where the system is trading. You know, the backtest system is forward trading in simulator, in the IRT simulator. If it's real simple how the backtesting engine and the system, this trading systems work. The periodicity I've chosen is 1 minute. So the computer just evaluates every one of these rules over during every 1 minute bar. These are just Boolean. If they test positive, bam, Bob's your uncle. If they don't, next. And that's how it works. Then these signals here, the way I've done the signals is, as I said before, there's an A signal, a B signal, and a trigger. And they are sequential. And I control those with these user variable flags. So if there's an A, it would be there and or there. Or there and or there, depending on long, short, whichever, and IB high or IB low. And that's something else. When you're using your brain, you know, you can just look at it and know what you've got to do. But with the computer and these rules, you have to tell it each specific rule in, you know, with minutia. Do I want the high to be within the trade zone, pullback zone? Do I want must it close within there? Can it penetrate it? You know what I mean? Does it need to be the close? That kind of thing. And also, you've got to tell it specifically for the IB high continuation, pullback, same thing for down here. So there's 4 sets of rules for every one of these flags. And then they set the flags up here. And when all of those flags when the flags are full, that gives the entries. And I can show you that actually. I hope. So when these flags are all true, and this is 0, then it can set that to 0, and this is the volume average is within that, and the true range is, you know, less than or greater than or equal to that. Just filters, then it'll set the trade and set all these flag values. That's how it works. Real simple. And it works slick for backtesting. Like I said. So that's my primary use for it. I wish I could get it to trade, therefore I would not be standing here going, God damn. But isn't it funny that if I had taken that trade based on where I thought the IB was, what the hell can that be? I can't wait to look at the replay here, because I very definitely understood from both my software platforms, both IRT and Bookmap, that the initial balance had been taken. We'd gone into the continuation zone and we'd pulled back to the trigger, and I was all bitching and moaning about why I hadn't taken the long, and how that I spoke about how your entry location is so important and your timing. And now all of a sudden it's completely different. I hate it when that happens. I know a couple other people that have used a Stream Deck. I don't have a Stream Deck. I have a mixer. It's a it's a DLZ Creator, a Mackie, and that's how I do my mic and the music and that kind of stuff through to OBS. But I have my keyboard set up and I have my mouse. So the thing about the mouse is you can enter that I like is you can enter a limit or market. And even with a keyboard, I don't know how to do that. I don't know. I don't know how to, if I want to put a limit at the IB, how the hell do I do that with a keyboard? I don't know. I don't think you can do it with a I don't think you can do that with a Stream Deck either. I think it's the same. I think the Stream Deck isn't it the same as a keyboard? Now I have my keyboard set up to where I can, hit the bid, lift the offer, market, limit, all that stuff with keys, but I can't change the position of any of that. So in other words, I couldn't say I want to lift the offer if price gets to $67.89 with the keyboard. I could do that in a split second with a mouse. The keys, in case you're interested, are... That's how I have them set up. So I can, hit the bid or lift the ask or flatten or all these kind of things, but I can't do a specific price out in the middle of no place that I know of. And I'm not gonna, like I said, that's a rabbit hole I don't need to go down. I am gonna have to go get some water though. Okay. I better go tell the TLab that I think the data is back to normal. Yeah, that's right. That's what I thought. Same thing with my with the keyboard. I can enter limit or whatever, but I don't. And I can't do anything. I don't know what no. I can't do anything with the Mackie as far as trading goes. It's strictly a mixer. I can do stupid shit like that. Like that. Buzzers and I don't know, sound. There's 6 buttons there. I don't even know what they do, but I do know that they're. I think you can play some music and laugh and clap and, you know. I guess you can put in your own AV file that you want to have there if you want to have like special stuff. You can do that. I just never even messed with it. I don't even know what the button I just pushed was. I think it was a laugh. I'm not sure. Never use them. So as far as I'm concerned, we have not taken an initial balance yet. Justin confirmed in Static that the IB high is at the 94s, so I guess God damn, I can't wait to go back and look at the stream. That's a real bad deal to have had those values off so far that I thought we had made an IB high right here, and we're going to. Yeah, that's bad news. Something else I've done that may or may not make sense or be helpful. I don't know. Anybody? Feedback, welcome. I have a couple of different exports from my RT for these levels. Like this one has got the session prices as normal, and then just the initial balance trades. For a long time here lately, I've just been changing it so that all that we're pushing was the initial balance trades, because I had the session prices in the cloud notes. But I kind of like the lines there, especially in the overnight. So, you know, if it's distracting one way or another or helpful another way, well then let me know. 2.5 handles wide here on the price, so be careful. And no initial balance trade or initial balance statistic at all yet. By the way, if any of my charts or not, they isn't a very good time to offer this, I suppose, but my chart setups or chart definitions for IRT or any of that kind of thing, or the the backtest thing, which is from Google, you know, any of that sort of thing would be helpful. I approach this stream and my trading business as just anything I can share and be helpful to somebody else is a good thing. I can't imagine that, you know, 100 of us or whatever there is, will dilute the edge, you know, that I might have in something. So I don't believe that. I believe in being open and transparent, and if I can be helpful, share those, you know, chart defs or something, just let me know. Same way with the session prices, if that'd help you, throw that in your cloud note column or wherever else, or just look at it as a CSV somehow so you can see the levels. Just let me know. No problem. We're getting to the end of RTH 1 here. That RTH 1, 2, 3 thing is just real simple. There's 450 trading minutes in an RTH trading day from 0830 to 1600. Divide by 3 is 150 minutes. RTH 1, 2, 3. Boop. Just a way to kind of categorize and filter the data, you know, the results data and the homework to kind of see, well, am I losing my ass trading between, you know, RTH2? Am I making a lot of money or whatever else it is? Just another way to try to approach the data and get some sort of handle on it. Okie dokie. What's going on now? Okay, there we go. So the initial balance trade still isn't a thing, nor is the initial balance statistic. I think what I'm going to do is change these names and then sell these levels. I mean, look at how easily it would be to, you know, befuddle people into thinking that these levels here were meaningful. 1, 2, 3, 4. Look at how accurately those things are resisting price, or how accurately they're supporting price here. And of course, and look at here. Oh boy, this one. Of course, you know that this is complete crap because these are just arbitrary levels that I cooked up with Rod, actually, to start with the initial balance trades. Now, you know, maybe by some stroke of luck, you know, or divine intervention or something, I got something really meaningful. But I think it's much more a case that humans are just really, where did Monkey Boy go? Really wired to see patterns that may or may not be there. It's called confirmation bias. It's the whole thrust that you know, for most people using Fibonacci, you draw enough lines on the chart and they're going to look like they're magic. This is a classic example of it today. And every day you can look at these lines and know. And these lines are very simple, and I'm happy to share this with anybody, and I always do. There's the initial balance high. The pullback zone is 3 to 5 points below the initial balance high. The continuation zone is 3 to 5 points above. The trigger is 1 point either side. Case closed. With as much scientific involvement as Rod went, well, why don't you try 3 to 5 points? And I thought, oh, okay, that's a good idea. Got to start someplace, right? that's where they came from. And it is phenomenal how many times during the day these things would have what could be could be interpreted and more to the point sold on YouTube as some sort of meaningful level. Ironically, these levels will have more short-term anomaly like this than the VWAP. That's kind of weird. But yeah, just to make sure that everybody knows, those are nothing special. And now you know what they are, so you can put them on your own chart. And if you think it means so. I don't. Maybe I should. Maybe I should start trading them instead of this highfalutin initial balance thing I got set up. You know, look. Boom, boom, boom. Oh, baby. Well, what do we have? We still have a 2-second lag over here, for crying out loud. What is the deal now? None. Okay. Typically, we'll get a lag when you just move into a chart, but this is still fussing around between 2 and 1, and I don't have any clue. I guess I don't want to stop the data and all that noise. But I don't even know how to get around that with Bookmap. I don't know what happens if you shut off Rhythmic, change the gateway, and then restart it. I guess it just... yeah. What was that bump all about? My guess would be short little stop run there. You can see all these boys and girls that were picking the tops up here. Oh, all these boys and girls that were picking the top, throwing their stops just above, got spanked. VPOC migrated up. Antonio's excited. He's long now and going to send the kids to college over here. Well, I'm at the sneaky risk of coming over here and seeing lags material. Oh, it lags up to 15 seconds. Well, there you go. Perfect. My thinking is this. Does this sound valid? My thinking is if there's no data delay being reported by Bookmap, but there's a delay on IRT, that's got to be within IRT. That there we go. Now we got an initial balance statistic. IRT hasn't shown it yet because it's still a big lag. I'm so pleased. We did get one on the assuming it's correct, and it would be an A because there's been oh no, it's not an A either. Let me point out why it is not. That granular criteria, you see that this is the signal bar. It doesn't throw an A signal because the code is written that for an A, the previous to the signal bar needs to have, when we're talking about the IB high, needs to have an open lower than the close. Had this open been down here, this would be an A. There you go. And I can't change that and go, well, if you want to trade a statistical in a non-discretionary way, well then you have to trade it exactly that way. If I want to change that rule around and say, okay, I don't really care if that's the case. The way I approach it is I would run a back test as it is now. I would change that one rule and then run a back test. Is it an improvement? Is it not? It's the only way I know to do it. Now, why this happened, I don't know. My guess is that there was a bunch of stops built up there, and there was 126 and 244. They did close the gap just by a sneeze. So my workflow on that story is when those levels have been revisited or whatever, I change the text to black. Gap is not a gap anymore. Then I can take them off tomorrow or tonight, whatever. Now what do we do? Well, IRT is not going to be taking a trade because it doesn't think there is one, a signal yet. Rod's going on about making a pile of money, I guess. Let's just see what he did. Where am I? Well, he got a bunch of contracts off and made a good pile on it. Good for him. He trades very well. It seems to be all over the board when it comes to what I think is really what he says happened is he got long. Here? No. Here. But you see, the VPOC is completely different than mine. God damn. Well, ten-second lag, son of a bitch. So I got to look at this over here now. Stand by and let me blow up his snap. He doesn't. I wish he would capture more of his screen. There's no time on it anywhere, so that's pretty disappointing. I have to just look at what I think are the movements. So basically he got long, right? Boop, boop. He got long right here. But his POC is way different than mine. VWAP is pretty close. Let me see if I can. I don't guess he would be upset if I showed this. I don't think. I hope. Anyway, this is somebody else. So, here's the long. See, there's no time anywhere. Here's the long. He doesn't scale. He just pulled it up for whatever reason to here. Trailed up a little bit of his stop. But you see that the long is right there. So as near as I... Hi, Panda. You want to say hi? Okay, there you go. Saying hi to Antonio. She's sweet on him. So then that would be, as near as I can tell, that is right here. But notice my VPOC. And notice where his is. Way down here. I would not think of taking a trade here because of the POC. But he got long right here, and essentially, and or right about here, and then got out of it right over here. So great trade. What is it? Wow, 35 handles, 20 handles. Great. Yeah, that's wonderful. Makes good money. I'm just getting sort of disappointed here about this stuff. Okay, Panda, I'm coming. Well, what are we doing now? Nothing. I'm afraid what I need to do is I don't know. It's taken me so long to code this stuff up and you know, be able to actually vet and backtest stuff. I got to figure out a way around that somehow so that I still strongly believe in only trading vetted setups. And I also believe that the minute you interject discretion into that decision process in the live market, you've wasted all your time vetting the system. But I can't be taking, you know, months to figure out all this code specifically so that I can get something vetted. You know, Rod just jumped on a trade there that it doesn't look like any kind of an IB to me at all, just for whatever reason he took that thing, whatever reason he took this trade right here and took it off up here. That's making money. That's not worrying about backtesting and vetting. And I've got to get around that. Yeah, the levels are, that's a real slippery slope for me. I was saying earlier that conformational bias, if you draw enough lines on the chart, something's got to look, and I was pointing out these levels that I use for the initial balance trades. And to be honest with you, I don't care why they work. If I knew that something was going to work, I would. I'd use it. I don't care. I'm way over worrying about what somebody thinks, you know what I mean? If I can get a trade and it works off. You know, I would be happy to do that. And I'm, like I said, I'm all ears. Any good suggestions, I'm all ready to rock. I guess today I'm just over the moon that the data might stay on track. I'd be sick. Oh, well, no lag. The minute I said that, it jumps up to 3. So there you go. See? I'm a bitch. Let me see something here. That can't be right. I guess it could. Maybe I'm wrong about IRT having footprints. I thought sure it was a bar type. Maybe it's an indicator. These are the bar types for that I have here. Even point and figure, which I used to think was a great idea. Still do if it would just work. The problem with point and figure is the box have got to be drawn exactly right. Well, I thought sure as heck that market profile or volume footprint charts were. Maybe they're an indicator. Probably RTX, I guess. All right, thanks. Well, I don't see him. I could have sworn it was there. They might call them something else too. Oh well, never mind. I thought there was a bar type, like a. What are we doing? Something important over here? Hold on. No. I always get into a dilemma here at these times of days when Price does this. I've talked about this before, but I'm going to come up with a universal filter I can have on all these kind of vetting situations where a reset, in other words, if Price moves way away from a signal, I don't think it's valid. I don't believe it would be valid anymore. I can't show an example of that today, but it happens, just imagine that there was a signal over here of an A and a B, and then we don't get a trigger because of the volume filter until we get clear back over here someplace, and then it triggers, then you get a long trigger. Or that it may be down here, or maybe way up here when that filter finally comes right, and you get a long way up here. That's no good. So I either have to take off that filter or figure out something to do with it, because I don't want it to be shooting me in the foot. No signal yet. Rod's out of about 40 and 30 handles. That's getting frustrating. I gotta go see what the boss is up to here. I can't make her mad. That's for damn sure. So about 17 trips over the IB high. And nothing. Take care, Anton. Have a good one. Okay, so I don't know. Looks like everything is kind of normal. Still got a bunch of lags going on. That's just irritating beyond all measure. I gotta figure out what to do about this stuff. I think what I'm going to do is let the discretion be the better part of valor here, and just stand back and see what these guys are up to. What I'm saying here is that it looks like there's an A and a B in the trigger. And so over here, spread out properly, I'm trying to figure out how to be able to do this on one platform. There's the A, the B, the trigger. Long, that would have been a classic one. It hasn't executed yet because of the damn filter. See here? There's no 186. That would be this executing. And I think the reason for it is, watch this, there will not be two reds in a row. Well, that's correct. You see here? There's no reds in a row. So this is going to get up here someplace and have this happen, and then it'll execute that along. So this is probably what's been undermining my system in an effort to try to get this volume average to be some sort of a context. I've ended up shooting myself in the foot. Which is, I guess, knowing that is a hell of a good start, isn't it? Let's just watch this for a minute and see if it actually throws a trade. What I'm going to be watching for is 186 right here, and or of course the plot or the graphic for the trade down here. But it's not going to happen until there's two reds in a row, because that's how I've written what it says is that the volume average at this bar is less than the volume average the previous bar. So the idea of that is that you're getting a pullback to the trigger. And that's clearly not correct. So I'm going to let this monitor. We're at no lags finally. That's a big step in the right direction. Well, that's something else.
Now we're going to get a signal here, I would think. Yeah, you see there? 2 reds, we go long. Completely. But this was the trigger. So completely, that's my problem. Or let me put it this way, that is a problem. I got to eliminate this until I can figure out how to apply it correctly or neutralize it or do something to it. Okay. So there you go. Now we're back down to the IB again. My initial reaction to this market at this point is my usual one. Or flat top. There's no excess. The auction is cut short. There has been no follow through. Typically, an auction needs to come down to a point, right? It needs to dwindle off to basically no sellers. This is an incomplete auction. We will come back and test that and repair it, I assume today. But you never know. These are some pretty crazy times we have now. For sure. All right, I'm going to step aside. Well, what happened? Nice outside. Forever. Okay. No signals here today, but I think I got to the bottom of that. So talk about the backtesting here now and what I think I'm going to do going forward. First, I need some water. Look at this. Whew. Wow. They've got trouble. They've got trouble and they know it. See how they wiggle out of this one. Or if they can. All right, so I guess the first thing to do is to establish exactly what I'm trying to achieve here. And I guess the first place to go is back over here. See what we've done today. So there's our, be the second day in a row now that we had a big sell-off and then try to get a lot of it back. Here's our open. And basically we've been putting up. Only had one VPOC migration right just now. This is the RTH session. VPOC, and this is the full session. So my approach to the market is that it is a statistical business based on probability and the law of large numbers. Typically, it's a random environment with, thousands of participants all making a statement about the direction or the condition of the market at any one time. So how in the world could you possibly predict or, guess what was going to happen? I don't think you can. And so the most experienced traders that I've been able to read about, Jim Simmons, and I'm talking most not experienced necessarily, but professional and successful traders, Jim Simmons and Peter Brandt and Tom Sosnoff, Tom the Trader, Tom B, Mark Douglas, pretty much all of them, Weinstein. It's always about you determine a specific setup that recurs frequently, and then you establish the parameters that justify an entry, and then you somehow manually scroll back and through the charts, or most, I don't think that's efficient or really doable at all, but you use some sort of a backtest engine to generate a completely non-discretionary backtest of that system over a wide data set that's statistically significant. And after that's finished, you can determine if it has a expectancy or edge or probability or whatever. And you get a bunch of other parameters also. So that's essentially what I've done. And I've done that with the initial balance trades. First of all, there's an initial balance trade every day. So it's frequent, right? And it's pretty easy there's two kinds of trades around the initial balance. Let's look at the high, because that's where we went today. You can have an initial balance continuation, or you can have an initial balance failure, which is mean reversion. So those are the four trades, because there's two on the high and two on the lie below, that I've tried to vet. And that's done here. These are the rules required for those two trades. This is a chart that I put together with the basic levels here, which are required in the rules, but this chart has nothing to do with the system. It's just a way to have the system graphically display what's planned and why I think it's valid or not. So the first thing I got to say that's really important, I believe, if you have whatever system you come up with, in my case it's A, that's the initial balance with specific rules. The preceding bar has to be lower than the high, and then the high needs to, or the low needs to be below the initial balance, and the high needs to be above the initial balance, for example, on the signal bar. That's a requirement. Well, if you tried to do this manually by just scrolling back, you'd have to identify each and every specific one of these rules. The B signal. The B signal here, the high just penetrates the continuation zone, and then the trigger, and then trade is off. Now, what happened here that I've identified earlier that I talked about was I've been trying to come up with some sort of a filter for the for context, and I've not done myself any good with that. What I was using with this volume average, and the requirement was too negative, that the volume average on this bar needed to be lower than the volume average on that bar. Think before it would be valid, and the thinking being right here, right? So the volume average would be lower here than here, and it should be the trade. Well, in this case, with that filter, that doesn't work that way. So the system sits ready to fire an order until it gets way up here and does this. Instead of taking a long down here at the trigger and then being in the long all this way, it gets a long way up here because of this particular filter right here, which is I'm not a code monkey, so I have to do what best I can do. Anyway, the next step then is to backtest and decide if it has an edge or not. Interest, or the instrument, number of contracts, the session, the reports I want to see, how many days back do I want to go, make it 500, and then backtest it. So that took 9 seconds to backtest 223,527 1-minute bars over 498 trading days from today. From today back to the February 29th, 2024. Leap day or whatever they call that. So there you are. Then these reports can be fairly granular, and they got a lot of good data. $13,000 for 724 trades. Average capital required 2,000. Maximum favorable excursion daily is 185. Maximum daily excursion is $45. Adverse is $45. The daily now this is, I find very meaningful. There's 443 winning trades, average 33.66. And remember that when we set up this system, if you were around here some hours ago, this trade, once it achieves T1, once we achieve T1, there's stop, 12 ticks T1, 48 ticks T2. Once it achieves T1, 12 ticks, it trails the stop to entry. That's the reason this doesn't say $75. That's because that's what if you didn't trail this, the maximum winner would be 75, or the average winner would be, largest winner would be $75, and then there would be a bunch of scratches. So we got 4, 5, 75. We're going to have some scratches anyway. And those are net zero. So and the average loser is 1239. Now, a key metric that I think is important is the consecutive winners is 29 in a row, and the consecutive stops is 5 in a row. So, one other report that is real helpful. This is a detailed breakdown of every one of the 724 trades from the moment it was, the minute that it was entered to the minute that it was exited, and what was the exit type, what was the entry type, etc., and every one of them. So with those data, that's a proper backtest as near as I'm concerned. In my opinion, anyway, let's say. And what you can do with that, I believe, is this. Now, these are all backtests. Every single one of those lines is a backtest, like we just did. Varying stops, targets, additional rules and changes. Trying to see what's going on with the market and what's the best way to approach this. And here's a perfect example right there. This 498 trades, 726, 441. Average winner 34, 144 losses, average loser 12. Scratches which is set net zero, is 143. 70.59% win rate, 29% loss rate. Average winner expectancy, R factor, risk to reward, profit factor, trades per day, expectancy favorable excursion, adverse excursion, consecutive winners and losers. Sorry. And then profit, commission, total, and you can do standard deviation and Sortino, Sharpe ratio, whatever other studies you want. And I believe that that's the way I approach the market from this point of view, that's a statistic I can lean on and take every one of those trades that presents itself. And I do not make any changes until something happens. And I did not until we had more consecutive losers than the system provided for. Now I've stopped and I'm trying to figure out what's going on. That's, in my opinion, is how you backtest the system. And I'm happy to share this information or these sheets or whatever you want. No problem. So what I'll do going forward now is, and in my homework period, after the session today, I'll work on what's wrong with this thing right here and what I can do to fix that. I'll remove it and then see what changes I can make, because I still think it's really important to have a context filter so that you're not trading counter trend, for example. So we'll see what happens there later in the homework, away from the live market, even though I'm not trading now from 1400 on. We'll have the market recap at the bottom of the hour, and then market on close at 1450. And the stream will end at 1500 as every day. So thanks a lot for coming by. I appreciate the input a lot, and the likes and subscribes, and thanks a lot. Stand by here for the bottom of the hour. All right. Well, it's pretty obvious what the market did today. Huh? This war has got everybody on their back foot, and especially with the justification for why they started it. And here we are for the day. Big data issues, which required me to restart things, IRT in particular. At one point, the IBs were clear down here. I'm going to review real interested to review that recording because this didn't make any sense. I have a note in the time log here too. So anyway, there we are. We've closed the gap, traded up. We are. This is today. Yesterday, Friday. Yeah, all right. So this is the E, and now these are the MES. This is my MES charts because that's what I'm trading. I do track them ES, so no problem. And the minis, these are the micros. Essentially the same thing, but there are differences in price action, so I don't recommend trading one looking at the other. I know some people that do that, and I don't think it's a good idea. This is the MES, the ES, market profile for the ES, and my higher time frame. One thing of importance, in case you're new, in all of the IRT charting in the header up here is a chart name, meaningless to anybody but me, but the instrument, the chart type, the periodicity, and the session. So this is these are a daily candlestick chart of the MES and the RTH session. Here is a Renko chart, 12-tick Renko of the MES, and the day session. There you have it. The way this higher time frame works is real simple. It is the RTH session only. Wherever price overlaps, these are daily candlesticks. Wherever price overlaps, I pull a volume profile around them, and that generates this high and low volume nodes, which are these red and green lines, and the micro composite profile, POC, etc. Here we are today. We opened gap up, gap down again, about 30 handles. Second day in a row. What do we suppose is going to happen? I'm not sure. A lot of geopolitical risk on the table. Let's look at what we got staring us in the face for tomorrow now. So the news sources I use are the following. There's two. You can filter both of them wherever you want, wherever time zone you're in, and whatever report you're interested in. and both are free because you can see the ads flying all over the place here. But that way, anybody that comes through the stream, my thinking is that anybody that participates in the stream can have access to these resources without having to pay anything. There's nothing I can do about Bookmap or IRT. You got to pay to play. So that's where they are. But you don't have to do that with these news sources. This is investing.com. It is only reports actual normal economic calendar events. PMI, CPI, non-farm payroll, GDP, FOMC minutes and meetings, etc. Notice that every one of the event titles turns to a URL so that you can click it and go find out. If you don't know anything about what core CPI is year over year for Europe, Asia, for the Europe, Eurozone, then you can go find out about that. Also, there are earnings here, and we have all the earnings that are happening this week, and we're still in earnings season, so that's nothing we can do about that. Let's look at the calendar for tomorrow. Or actually, let's look at this week, the economic event for the week. Tomorrow's Wednesday, so we've got non-farm change from last time in February. That's going to be a biggie right there, because that was a huge, fairly unbelievable number. So that will be real interesting to see. And we've got the S&P PMI, ISM PMI, and services. And then Thursday, we've got the lead-in for non-farm and initial jobless claims. Friday is the granddaddy of them all. That's the non-farm payroll. This has been scheduled at 7:30 on the first Friday of every month for 30 years. So that's the kind of stuff you'll see here. Now, if you go to Financial Juice, it's not quite that way. This is their calendar, similar to what we have, but they pull in all of these non-economic events which may have a real impact on risk in our markets or our auction. And I really appreciate that, actually. I like the features of investing.com, and I really appreciate this part from Financial Juice. And then the right side over here is a squawk box, and this is where we'll see the market on close and balance orders at 1450. So we know what's up for the week reports. Rating the essentially earnings will continue, but they're into retail and things now. So that's pretty well take care of the wrap up for today. We'll see. I start the stream every morning at 8 o'clock in the morning Central Standard Time. All the times here are Central Standard, and do a set up statistics, pre-market, what happened in the overnight, what I expect is going to happen in the open and the early morning trading, and then we kick off the day at 8:30 and trade through the entire day, through the entire cash market until 1500. So that ought to pretty much wrap that up until we get our market on closing balance, and then I've got to get on to the initial balance, see what I can do with that initial balance system. Yeah, thanks a lot for coming by. I appreciate it very much. And the input and the feedback in the chat's great. So we'll pull back up here at 1450 or a little before and watch the pre-market, or the market on closing balance orders. All right, so I'm going to get the market line closed and balance here in a minute or less. We can watch what's going to happen there. Could have a bump over here, actually, if it's going to do anything. And I'll get the financial juice plumbed up here and ready to roll for see what we're going to get. Well, there we go, and nothing happened. Essentially nothing. Now, I'll get about 3.5 points. Yeah, we're getting some action. Oh, wow. I've never seen anything so small. She said. Wow. 17 million sell side on the S&P, 127 million buy side NASDAQ, 128 million sell side Dow, and 135 million sell side Mag 7. That's incredible. I've never seen. Putting my keyboard here. Hold on. That's incredible. I've never seen anything so. Never seen the market on close imbalance orders so small. To be honest with you, here, I had to get that something out of my keyboard before it melted. Sorry about that. Let me just point out to you last week or yesterday. Or the other day, not yesterday, but 2,727,000,000. 1,054,000,000. Here we are at 17 million, you know? It's like a rounding error. That's pretty incredible. So there you have it. Well, now we're gonna sell them down into this low volume node, I suppose. And it ought to rip through there or turn around. Now, are we going to have the same sort of performance as we had yesterday? Essentially the same thing, right? No, man. Open lower, boop, boop, boop. Trade real low, gap low, boop, boop, boop. I don't know. I'm just making an observation. I ate some of my wife's homemade ice cream. All right, so here we go into the final closing minutes here of the cash close. 1500 Central Standard Time. I'd like to thank you for coming by. I really appreciate it. Be sure to be a great honor for a thumbs up and a subscribe. I stream every day starting at 8 o'clock, every trading day starting at 8 o'clock Central Standard Time for all the pre-market and setup with the software, both Bookmap and IRT. Analyze the reports, the pre-market, what our opening is going to look like, in my opinion, and what the initial reaction will be, and then we have the live trading continuously uninterrupted all day. And the reason for that is I have a commitment to take no trades off of the stream, and I have not, and I will not. And now Bookmap, the trades that I place on Bookmap here are my live futures account funded by me, my money. Everything is absolutely clear, concise. I don't know if you know what Bookmap does, but when you put a trade in Bookmap, it's graphically presented very, very well. There's entry, stops, targets, break-even line, all that stuff. That's all here. At the end of any trading day where I have trades, obviously, I also publish this, which would have a complete breakdown of the statistics and the outcome. All of these metrics for each trade. No trade today, so there you go. Yeah, the point is complete transparency and accountability. And I don't know why more traders that are really trading and trying to help people don't do that. I don't see the problem, There's no must of us. I'm watching these screens. I'm streaming my screens. I'm watching these screens. How much trouble is it for me to just share them? It isn't. So there you go. We're going to close in about 15 seconds here. Have a great rest of your afternoon. Get away from the screens. Rest your eyes. Remember that your health and your eyes and be well rested. Be well hydrated. Don't be on emotional tilt. These markets are a real high performance game. And there you go. There is the cash close, 7 hours and 12 seconds on the stream clock. I appreciate you coming by very much. Like, subscribe, comment in the chat, subscription, any kind of suggestions. This is not a my way or the highway thing. This is me sharing my trading and my thoughts as I would in a written journal. And I just share them openly. So have a great rest of your day. Tomorrow we'll be opening up at 8 o'clock. It's a school run Wednesday, so that means I duck out for an hour at 9. Nothing I can do and nothing I would want to do. I'm happy to do that. I enjoy it. So take care of yourself, and I will be shutting the stream down now and back in 13 hours, essentially.